Good morning, happy Monday. We are back. We are doing some more things today related to Wordfence. Wordfence, SemGrep, rule building. Also, Wordfence has made the theme of this one pretty easy by saying the LFinder challenge. So we'll be looking for LFI bugs due to 30% bonus on all LFI vulnerable submissions, VVS. How we're going to do that is with SemGrep. Is SemGrep installed? Let's see, install SemGrep on Linux. Oh, pipx install SemGrep. There we go. Alright, so the goal is we're gonna write some SemGrep rules to find LFI within WordPress plugins. So it'll be static analysis based, not using burp. Eventually we'll use burp. But yeah, I think this will be good, especially for mass findings. What has initially inspired this was CSER findings, SemGrep, WordPress. Is this blog post? I'll send this in the chat. Pretty cool. This kid ended up writing a SemGrep rule, scanned 2,500 different plugins, ended up finding and submitting 43 valid reports. So his one SemGrep rule found 43 CSERF actions, which he says some of them even led to RCE. So with that being said, what I was also looking into this morning was the taint rule in SemGrep, which is really cool. You can follow user input throughout functions and through the plugin, and it will tell you the output, which sounds kind of broad and confusing, but pretty much what will happen is we can make a taint rule in SemGrep that will track user input. We can say the sanitization functions per se, which are functions that would make it ineligible for LFI. And if the parameter doesn't go through those functions, then we can come to the conclusion that it might be vulnerable to LFI. So what the rule is going to end up doing is it's going to find file retrievals, file includes in PHP that take file names from user input and parse the function to see if it's vulnerable to LFI, and we'll be doing that by doing match rules. So I think the easiest way to do that is what we'll do is we'll do Wordfence CVE LFI. We're going to take code that is vulnerable to LFI and then build our rule around it. But we need something that shows the plugin track code, so we need actual code that's vulnerable. And sometimes these CVEs have references like this, plugins.track, which will actually show you the vulnerable code. And here you can see the Kubo AI page builder via the Kubo hybrid theme load template function. So let's take this, Control F, Control V. This function right here is vulnerable to LFI. So let's take all this code. We're going to take this, print it into here. SemGrep is surprisingly easy. It'll be interesting to see if I can explain this correctly, but we'll end up using taint mode. But pretty much the gist of SemGrep, if we want to find, we'll say global post, we can do global var, and this should do, it'll find syntax error. Okay, confusing. So maybe this is easier. We'll do this. We'll say function. Now you can use, they're called meta variables, which are like globs in SemGrep. So we can do, it's $ capital values. We'll do $ function name. And then it will take an input. We'll do ... which in SemGrep is pretty much like a glob. And then we'll do the inside function ... So ideally this should find all the functions. Maybe not. Why is it not? Why are you not doing that? Rule parser. Oh, language. I need PHP. There we go. Okay, so we just had to change the interpreted language to PHP. So now it found all of the functions. There's certain things we want to look for pertaining to LFI, which is include, file include, require once, include once. There's certain functions that, there's a set group of functions that are used for including files in PHP. We're going to use taint for this, which is a bit confusing, but we're going to try to understand it. So sources, let's do this. Let's do taint function SemGrep rule. We can pull up this basic one. Where's the demo? Here we go. And so we have sources, so input syncs where it returns. So sources, where's the LFI on this one? This is placeholders, content, global post, if post type is page. Hybrid theme load template function. So this one right here. So this function, template ID, it's taking a variable template. Template ID, arguments get, request. So I think this is our vulnerable. I'm still trying to understand PHP code as we go along with this, so this is going to be pretty struggle bus today. This makes it possible for unauthenticated attackers to include unauthenticated files. So my assumption is template ID, argument get, request. this is PHP syntax that is a bit confusing with the double semicolons, but it's pretty much saying it's getting something from the request, a parameter, I believe, a request parameter. If the template ID isn't set, then just return template, which I think is default this. New template, location template, creates an array from the template ID. If new template is blank, if new template isn't blank, then return the new template variable. So this function itself, can we look this up? PHP arg get and see how this works. Output first name. So how do we know what the parameter name is though? This line is PHP code used to retrieve a specific value from an HTTP request. Here's a breakdown of what the code does. Argument get. This is a static method call. Let's make a new file. Call this LFI November. This is a PHP superglobe variable, which is an associative array containing the contents of get, post, and cookie. It holds data submitted with an HTTP request. This is the key that the argget function is searching for within the request array. This key is specifically associated with a feature of the plugin. The default value is false. If this is not found in the request array, the variable template ID will be assigned to the value false. This specific line of code is directly related to an LFI containing the... So this is the parameter. By setting this parameter to a file path on the server, they could trick the vulnerable plugin into revealing the contents of server files. Really? Okay. But it doesn't use file include or known inclusion PHP function, which is why I'm trying to understand. I think it's maybe when this is called. Before using it unsafely. But the confusing part is PHP include functions aren't used. So I almost want to get this. Where is this called though? Browse the source code for this, or no? Integration, third-party things. How do we look through all this source code? Not create a new ticket. Assets, no. 2.5.1, so this version should be vulnerable. This is where it's going to get tricky, is that calls... This is where we're going to have to follow it, right? Because it calls this function, which is on another page. So we're going to have to tweak some grep... Oh my god. So that it can follow it actually through the code. So how do we get... Download this version of plugin. WordPress, download certain plugin version. Okay. So we want this plugin. There's got to be a CLI for this. So we'll find this plugin. We need versions, advanced view. Two 2.5.0 should be the right version. Under 2.5.1. So 2.5.0 is valid. So we have that zip. So let's do cd downloads kubio.zip. So let's move kubio.zip to WordPress. Okay, and we can actually still use Oxide. Great, I forgot. I said it was Oxide. Restream chat is working. Okay. So we have this. So let's do make directory LFI. Let's move Kubio into LFI. cd LFI. Let's unzip Kubio. And now this vulnerable function load template. How is this called? So let's do grep tech r editor hooks.php, and then we want Kubio hybrid theme. Where's this called though? That should be included. Oh wait, this function, locate template function. Locate template function is a core WordPress function that searches for a specified template file within the child theme, then the parent's theme, and finally theme combat. The function can also be set to load the found template file immediately using a PHP require once a require statement. So I think this is the entire vulnerable function. So it's saying new template, argument get request this parameter, defaults to false. The new template, locate template, template ID. So locate template is vulnerable to LFI. Okay, here we go. Good example. The flaw was discovered in this plugin file where the following logic was used. A shortcode attribute was assigned to a variable attribute display. The plugin called the WordPress core function locate template and passed the user controlled variable to it. If a file was located, the code used include template to execute the file. Simply check the existence of a file path but does not sanitize the input. Okay, so input would still be here. The only reason I'm confused is because I'm expecting, from what I've been reading and understanding, this should show like an include or require function, but it doesn't. Return $template. Add action, template include. This is what we need to look up. So the action name is template include. And then it runs this function. So if we do template include, and that's already in editor hooks. Add action, template include, load theme. So this is an Ajax function, right? Add action, template include. I think this is Ajax. Because it's adding an action. Classic page template. Template include. Function template. Normalize path. So that's a sanitization function. So we can start building our rule. Our source should be pattern is $request. The sync should be return. Sync should be return file request or it would be this. Get bam 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 run. There we go. Return new template. So that caught it. Return new template. So that works. So pattern sources argument get dot, which is glob in semgrep, and then the sync, it's returning the file name. Very specific use case. PHP code vulnerable to LFI. What we could also do is pattern sources or Or we can actually, we'll just do this. Let's find another one. Because the goal is to build a rule. 9.8 for an LFI. Jesus. All on-auth. $782 for contributor plus. Holy cow. 2x core. Examining the code reveals the plugin uses the upload files function. Unauthenticated is probably mainly going to be AJAX functions with no privs enabled. LFI detection. Taint. Pattern sync sources. Argument.get. Then there's going to be the sanitization functions as well, but we can find that later. WordPress. So we should be able to do multiple patterns, so we could do pattern include file. One error. Oh. Why does that not work now? Oh, because the ID. ID has to be connected, so we could also do include file. Yo, Suka. We're working on some grub. So would it also then find this? Because then what we want to do is argument get. Let's do a meta variable. Regex. Meta variable equals x. Regex is going to be escape the $ underscore, and then it will be get, or we can zoom in here, post or request. And what this should do is we can replace our pattern up here, right here, get, with $x. And then we have to include a pattern for this as well. So pattern will be because what's dangerous is this. We can't really glob this because this could be a sanitization function as well. So we have to do pattern not. For the sake of it though, we could do before, boom, $X. What does that get us? Will that catch us this? That gets that. So what if we block that out? That doesn't get that. That won't get that, but if we change this URL decode, it does grab that. So we can do pattern before, and X will be this. Beautiful. Yet to hear back from Wordfence on that CV. Still waiting. What we can also do, string replace, if arg has and user can edit, we need to hide from this function, because my concern is that we're also going to end up catching this, which is not vulnerable. Yeah, so that does catch that. So let's do, we have to do semgrep taint mode sanitization function. Here we go. So pattern sanitizers and pattern propagators. And here's the playground rule for this. Let's go to advanced. Let's run that. So pattern sources, get user input, pattern sinks, HTML output, sanitizers, meaning it's a clean, it works, they're right. Yeah, this is new Fred. Good. Fred just dropped Friday too, some songs. He's been snapping lately. Fred's back. But then pattern sanitizers is we don't want. We need to include pattern sanitizers. What we don't want is I don't think it'll catch it if we do that then. It still does. Because this is so... I think it's that rule that's actually catching it. So if we get rid of that, this should not return. Yeah, okay. So that doesn't catch anymore. So arg has request. And that's grabbing that one, and that's grabbing that one, which are both dangerous functions. So now we need to figure out how to catch this one. Which will be if arg has request. Add filter, template include, function template. If arg has this parameter, Why is it not returning that though? What if we do this? Get $X. Catches those two, it doesn't catch this one. Because URL decode is still caught here. But now get, we can also do has. This is not green room, this is Naples. If arg has. Why is it not following this? What if we do this? It should still return template. It doesn't even catch that one. Okay. Arg has URL decode. This one. If we do $after? No. Dot. No. I mean, if we just do this. Oops. It's still not catching that one though. Why? Why would it not catch that? It's returning file. It should return template here, but it's not. If arg has requests, is it this part that's messing it up? The ampersand, the privilege check? What if we get rid of this? It's pattern sanitizers. No. But this before worked. That should work. That works. But it's not returning this. So what if we do pattern tech inside? We'll do function name dot 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 bam, and then we can grab this. So it should look inside this entire function now then. No. Let's do this. Nano lfi.yaml. Okay, so we saved that. Let's get rid of all this. And then let's remove these functions and just work on this. Local docs, rget, page builder, WordPress embed plugin. How did we even get this code? There we go. So we just had to add that. It's grabbing it, but it's not doing return. Why is it not returning this one? The 100K stream. I was thinking about that today. I think we should do that soon. Within the next few weeks. That'd be fun. We don't want this. Why is it matching this and not this? Should still return that. Yeah. Okay. Pattern sources before. What is this code doing? Slug equals string replace, normalized path, get style sheet directory, normalized path template. Oh, we got this from the one. So this shouldn't even technically find it, but we're not accounting for sanitization. So it should still. If request has this value and can edit slug, string replace, normalized path, style sheet directory, WordPress normalized path template, which is this, slug, string replace, normalized path, get template directory, normalized path slug, slug string replace, .php with blank trim that off. I mean, I guess that's fine. It shouldn't even. I don't know why it's not returning template though. Or sign request just for naming. Slug. Get style sheet directory. Normalized path. String replace WP normalized path. Get template directory. Normalized path for slug. Slug equals string replace. PHP with blank, and then trim slug that value for slashes. What is this? Why is it not returning template though? What does this function do? I mean, it's not LFI, but I'm confused on why it's not catching it. Because we're not sorting by this normalized path. Okay. I mean, maybe I'm just being a bot because it's not even supposed to be catching that. Let's try and grab another LFI. Or actually, there is this Wordfence article that I read this morning. They release one every month, depending on the vulnerability that's trying to be targeted. So right now it's the LFinder challenge. Start with syncs, include, require. Include, require, include once, require once, include, require. So let's do include. Once file pattern require file. Let's copy that, paste that, require once. Include, require, include once, require once. Trace syncs back to sources, get post request, which we have here. So we have get post request. It's not SQL anymore. Yo, droid. Guardrails, sanitize file name, base name. So then what we could do, you know, let's find another. I want more LFI source code. Wordfence vulnerability database. Any type, local file inclusion. Maybe it's directory traversal instead. We just look up LFI. Plugins.track. There we go. Here's more source code. This always takes a while to load. Maybe we can grab some other ones as well. We need something with plugins.track to show the code changes. There we go. Set error handler. If file name exists, directory name file ds includes post task.php parameters wp -deserialize request results. So I think this post parameter is the one that's vulnerable. This should be byfin. Let's validate that though. Via the task, yes. Okay, so that is our vulnerable code. Rule parse include once file. Okay, so we'll get rid of these for now. Okay. So, if file name exists, vulnerable code. So this is what we're grepping for. We can do so instead of before X, so source is still going to be $X. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. And then I guess pattern would also be echo. There we go. I think that's it. Yep, okay, so that's still grabbing that. That's more correct. So it's saying echo file. I think that's the appropriate rule for it. If file exists, because pattern is $X, which is a request variable. Can we get rid of that? That still grabs it. Because that can be done using a Noom for Linux. A Noom for Linux is, I think it's just SMB stuff. Result. And it follows it though, so it takes it in the sync, or it takes it in the source, it's getting it here, and then it's echoing it in the sync. So it's understanding, it's following this. It's able to, SendGraph is able to follow this. So it's taking it from the post parameter. And it's inside the function. Now what would be nice is to see require ones. Deserialize the requests, the post parameters. Dot includes. Oh, there's that include statement. This is like building. It's highly vulnerable to LFI and remote code executions because it uses unsanitized user split input. The path actually. The malicious post request sets post task, sets the password. The PHP interpreter will then construct. Oh, it does include require once. Okay. So I almost want to do like require once request variable, block that out as the source. So then what if instead we did require once, boom, 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 boom. Two pattern syncs, no pattern sources. do require once dot dot dot. There's a pattern source now. But now what we need to do is we need to match pattern source require once to user supplied inputs. Would you still love me? Okay, and then let's see what it catches when we do this one, because this one does catch it. So let's see where this pattern source is. Right there. That does catch that. X is the post right there. X is post right there. Oh man, so that does catch that. I mean, what? I want almost. Yeah, require once. Like this. And then it builds the path dynamically. I just feel like this is way too broad. That's why I want to do require once. Is that even valid? No. Oh, so we don't need that. $cat. $cat. That does catch it. That's a bit more specific now for require once. So let's do PHP require underscore once function. Let's see what valid syntax is for this. See, would it also catch this though? Require once function user input. That catches the concatenation aspect of it. PHP dangerous require underscore once code. Like this one too, we should be able to try and get. Catching that. It's not catching. Oh, it does catch that, but it's not catching any syncs. None of those. It does get that. So require once could be a sync as well, right? Yeah, because this is a sync. Require once is a sync. It's not a source, it's a sync. Once. File. Yep, that's matching that. Now it's getting that. Okay. That's better then. So it's grabbing this. And let's take this and let's also just keep this organized. Once. Because those are syncs. That is the output. That's returning the file name. The input is here. So where's the pattern source on this one? It is right here. This just seems so broad. Which it's also right there. So it does catch that though. It seems so broad. It's just getting get request variables. $sign parameter. We'll say param. And it is finding it. I just worry that this is too broad. It's going to find a bunch of false positives. And this locate template. So that is still does it find that? No. Because this. So if we take this, let's copy that and remove it. Actually, bam, 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 bam. Does that still get it? There it goes. So it's saying get X. Oh, but why is it not showing that return now? Oh, it is. Due to the second parameter set to true, it will automatically include the text. Okay. So that one does work. Okay. So that should find this one. Param get and it does get the syncs. And then what we need to do is include the sanitization functions because these are all vulnerable, but I'm curious what happens when we actually put a non-vulnerable function. I think we're still going to get false positives. Why is it not getting... because it is grabbing that. Okay. So it's saying return, include once, require once. I don't don't think echo file is correct sync.
We don't need echo.
What I also want to do with this is eventually in the response message, try and see if we can
Generate a POC path from it dynamically, so we can just copy paste into an admin session and see if we can just get LFI. So argument.get.
Let's do PHP, or actually WordPress prevent LFI. Strip directory. So WP / function. You must use WordPress / remove added / return O'Reilly. WP / function, prevent LFI. This is going to be one of our things to avoid. We can figure that out later, I guess. Arg get, arg has. This just seems so broad. We could say pattern not. Pattern syncs. Okay. I mean, I like where this is going. Pretty happy with this so far. Nope. We need something with plugins track. There we go. Not plugins track. Plugins track. Beautiful. Vulnerable to LFI. Where? Oh God. Is there included in the source code? This does not really help us out. Via the enable loggers parameter. So it's this one is probably the LFI function. The developer loggers for simple plugin history vulnerable to LFI via the enabled loggers parameter. Okay. Which is going to be that page. Sanitize logger slug to prevent directory traversal. Okay. So we can also use this function now that we have a valid one to start creating our sanitization scripts, which is good. Enabled loggers. Enable loggers. That's where we want to find it. There we go. Function load enabled loggers. For each enabled loggers as logger slug. Okay, and this is include once, so let's see if we can get this to get caught by our code. It finds the sync, include once. For each enabled loggers. PHP. All variable names PHP on screen with a $sign. Okay. This is via the enabled loggers parameter. For each enabled loggers equal this, get enabled loggers. For each enabled loggers as logger slug, one enabled logger. So it's going in a for loop, file with path and extension function. Directory name, logger.
What is this syntax though?
PHP syntax. Evaluate the expression inside the curly braces to get the value to be displayed. The variable format is not standalone PHP, but it's used in the larger string. So logger slug equals production, echo logging to logger slug, logger.log. This looks for a variable named logger slug to logger. Logging to dot log. The curly braces clearly define the variable's boundary. Logging to logger slug. Oh. Okay. Cool. So it's just a way to concat, I guess. Define the variable's boundaries. Okay. So it would also then be tag pattern. Like this. Var.
Rule parse invalid. That's not valid, okay.
Because that would only be used to concat, correct? Use curly braces to access array of an element using this config. Logger slug environment for logging. Or I guess at that point the source would be
Get enabled loggers.
We got the sync right. Include once. What is the fix for this? Let's see what the fix is. Logger slug equals logger slug. What function was that? Load enabled loggers. For each enabled loggers is log slug. Enable loggers equals this can. So this would be a sync. So the sync would be this source would be like this. So it would be $sign param underscore equals $sign this to. Could we just do bam bam bam?
Yeah, that works.
And then what we can also do is take this and let's see if it catches the clean version still. Oh. This is the one that we want actually.
we want this one because this is the clean version. And you see it still catches it because the source is there. And now what we can do, we can get a little fancy. Pattern source in the middle of that. Let's do pattern tag sanitizers and then propagators as well. What is propagators? Semgrep pattern, semgrep pattern tag propagators. Powerful tool for propagators. Use some grep state mode to describe how data can flow. Sensitive functions that should not receive tainted data, such as a database query or command line execution. This is pattern syncs. Functions that allow tainted data to flow from their input to their output. If a function input is tainted, its output will also be tainted. This is where pattern propagators comes in. By specifying propagators, SemGrep can correctly track the flow of tainted data even if passed through multiple intermediate functions. Function called sanitize input. Okay, so propagators versus pattern text sanitizers. Cannot spell. Identify functions or operations that can spread tainted data. Identify functions that safely clean tainted data. Okay. So, sanitize file name. Bam, bam, bam. Run. Fuck. Why? Oh. Tag pattern. Here we go. Cool. So no taints. If we go back and we do this one, it should show a taint. Beautiful. All right. So we have our first sanitizer as well. Propagators pretty much seem just like boot functions. Like if you see it, it's supposed to do something, I guess, but it doesn't. Those would probably come in handy with XSS when developers do the improper escape function. I could see that. Okay, so that worked out really well, actually. I feel like patterns. Sources. This still feels like it. That feels so dangerous. Like that's not actually. Because that's stored technically, I think. What's this get enable loggers function? That's the issue too, is if it passes through this. But I think it would follow it through that function. Some grep would go through that function. I'm almost certain. This is save settings. For each new enable loggers, if empty settings enable loggers. And then the fix for that is sanitize file name also. So it's also in the save settings. So let's see if that will grab all that. It should have caught the sanitizers, but it's also catching these pattern sources.
Line 142. Return sort by name. Get level loggers. See, that's not right. Sort by name.
Return is not valid.
There's no taints in here because they both go through sanitize file name.
So let's try this one, which should show 2 taints.
3 taints. There's only one LFI though. A1. Taint comes from this source. Enable loggers. Let's get enable logger. Taint flows through this intermediate variable. Enable loggers. Great that SumGrep catches that. Taint flows through the intermediate variable as taint flows through the intermediate variable log. Taint flows through the intermediate variable.
So there is 3 taints.
Discovered, but it only found LFI once, which is fine. It should only be one, I'm pretty sure. Taint flows to this sink, include once.
And then if we grab the clean version, it shouldn't find any taints. Yeah, okay.
No taints.
Because it has sanitize file name.
Beautiful.
Let's try and find some more source code for LFI that we can sort through. This is all patch stack. We need references to plugin track. There we go. Let's just see. That doesn't show us shit. That's great. The one we had before was great because that also showed us how it was remediated, and then we could run our recheck on that to show that we're not catching that false positive. which we love to see, because the last thing we want to do is waste our time on a false positive. We need plugin track here.
And we're not getting it.
There we go.
Via the tab
Parameter. Beautiful. We also went to look for. I believe this is right. Base name. And then we can also do. Is it real path? No. Okay. Via the tab parameter. So, without doing too much, let's just see if we can catch this. See if we can get the taint.
We cannot. Because require once, get tab.
I don't think that's a good one. Request. Param, I don't think is an accurate description. Request, I think is. So we'll say request. And we can also say pattern. We'll say $request.
Which it should have actually got that, no?
Pattern sync shows up. Why does pattern... Like, wouldn't that not work? So then what if we did this? Comma. Default. Boom. Resort. Do we have to be more specific? Okay, so that works. So then what if we do this instead? Okay, let's do PHP is set function. We need like the white pages for it. Determine if a variable is declared and is different than null. Determine if a variable is considered set. This means if a variable is declared and is different than null. If a variable has been unset, it is no longer considered to be set. Is set will return false when checking a variable that has been assigned to null. If we do $var, what is that? Nope, it's not catching that. No, so that meta variable is correct. Is set. What if we do? Is set a test is 1. If is set foo is not set, hello is false because it's null. Check if key exists within hello. Yes, it does. Checking deeper array values. If is set within the pi key, a within pi. So then, why is it also not showing? Should be then resort to that. This part checks if a get parameter named tab exists and is not null. Shorthand for an if else. If is set get tab evaluates to true, the get parameter exists, then the value tab will be set. Okay, so that is correct. So then it should also be this. And then we really don't care about this, which is why we're just going to call it defaults. There we go. Yeah, I wish there was a way to... If that's optional, right? Because this does work, but that's pretty long. What if we just do this? If is set like that? No.
guess that works.
Okay, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Include base user. Our get, our has, request value, sanitize, file name, prevent LFI in WordPress. It's gonna be hard to see if we have an allow list.
What we'll need to do is we'll run this. See, that's gonna show up. That's legit. That's not legit though, because let's see data flow. Data flow is. How would we check for that? Is the question.
Pattern sanitizers, we'll do tech, pattern, in array. That should.
This is gonna be tricky.
We're gonna have to somehow pattern sanitizer for.
If in array. So we have to somehow bypass. Yo, Zibby.
We have to somehow bypass the whitelist, or actually not bypass it. I guess we just have to somehow recognize that. Which I thought in array would work. In array. Semgrep pattern underscore sanitizer for file whitelist.
Oh. My bad.
No. There we go. Giant forehead. Thanks, Ivy. How are we gonna do that? We're writing some grep rules right now to automate LFI for LFI Finder challenge this month for Wordfence. And one of the securities to prevent LFI is using a file whitelist, such as this. I don't know how I would do this though.
How do we get it to not... This should not be vulnerable. This is flagging it as LFI. It's not because it's using a whitelist.
I'm trying to figure out how I can catch that.
If an array.
Doesn't like that. Why is it not catching that sanitizer? Grep pattern sanitizer for okay. That's what I thought we did. So can we get rid of this then? And just say that? Nope. That is not valid. We have to include if prior. Okay. No rules. Okay. So now we have sanitization rule for allowed list. Very specific code, but I mean that should work for now. Again, this is day one. We're probably like 4 hours into writing our rules. We will keep figuring this out. Zolo blocks. Is this going to show us? No. God damn it. We need the actual source code from before it was fixed. And after also, so we can work on file path sanitization, so we can limit our false positives. And what I'm looking for is references plugin.track or track.plugin, I think, which will actually show us the vulnerable code. And then also how they remediated it, so we can test to see if we're catching false positives. There we go, plugins.track. And it's just the diff again. Selected site sanitized on the sanitize options, post selected sites. This is not really helping us. There's a lot of changes in here. Sanitize options. Looks like this is our vulnerable file. Because this has the require function, so let's check it out before, and then we can do another one after. So prior, it was using PHP, require once, SEO press, WordPress main plugin directory views. And then this is how they fixed it. By saying PHP require once, $view file. And they added all that. So this is vulnerable to LFI. If SEO press import export isn't this current tab's value, or wait. PHP requirements, SEO press, plugin, views. And then they switched it to this. Validate current tab. So this is WordPress current tab. Developers often use tabs to organize various setting options. Oh, okay. So tab is within the settings page. Ooh, where's this view file? Sanitize the file path to prevent directory traversal. Oh, so current tab is in the URL? In this example, the Git tab, superglob is checked for... Okay, so then... Let's see. LFI. Dynamically includes a PHP file with the SEO press plugin. Require once a PHP statement that includes and evaluates a specified file. The once suffix inserts a file is included one time. Use is connected to the use current tab. PHP variable. This is a property of the current object. In the context of SEO press, the object represents the plugin's administration page. The current tab property likely holds the name. What is... Ooh, it's unauthenticated too. This line of code will execute as follows. Constants replaced with the full path to the plugin's directory. Variable is replaced with the name of the active settings tab. Is vulnerable to LFI. An attacker could manipulate the current tab variable to include and execute arbitrary PHP files. The attacker could read sensitive files by passing the path like full constructed view. Oh, okay. So that is because current tab is the end of the URL, it looks like. So... PHP require once. Wait, that's the good stuff. This is the bad stuff. Yeah, this is the... So, PHP require once views this current tab. And it's also doing this again. So if
current tab isn't set to this, run this. If SEO press import export is the current tab, then do this.
So let's run our rule right now actually and just see. It's getting our pattern syncs, require once. Which our source could also be pattern. There, it's got it. And let's follow that.
So taint comes from the source, require once, views this, taint flows to this sink, require once. Okay, so it's that's really good. And then here's this one.
Beautiful. So we'll say this. Let's say. And now, just actually to check to make sure. Let's take the clean version and see if it still finds LFI. It does. Why is that?
Validate current tab. If not, remember this current tab.
Okay.
Define a lot of tabs for security.
Okay. So we're back to a whitelist to mediate it. So if alright. Did not catch any sanitizers. Okay. So what we might be able to do is pattern. I wonder if this will work. If we can do if like this, boom, $sign or exclamation mark or nothing. Will that catch the sanitizer? No. Okay. Actually, we can just start off by doing this. I don't think that'll work anyways. That should still get passed through the whitelist. Yeah. We're also have to just do that. Oh. Okay, so that is getting caught in that. Now it's not. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, so that did catch it. I think I want to do that. And then I want to also do this. There shouldn't be a taint then.
Taint comes from this source, view file. Taint flows through its intermediate variable, view file, this current tab.php, view file.
Ooh, real path. There we go.
How does real path prevent LFI? Use real path or a similar function to resolve the absolute path of the file and ensure it resides in a designated directory. Okay, so we can also do tag pattern real path file. Boom. What if we also comment this out? Yep, okay, beautiful. And so that works beautifully because real path is catching it. So real path equals real path base directory dot file. So it'd be this, and then the file name. What is this function? String pause. PHP. Function is used to find the position of the first occurrence of a substring. So it's looking for this is confusing now. Hello world, welcome to PHP world, position 1. Starting. Okay, so what is this code doing? In this example, the real path function asserts that the resolved path is inside the base directory. That's the needle within the haystack. Okay. So it's just comparing, it's getting the real path of the file, and that should equal that. It should be that. Okay. That makes sense. I understand that. And so that does not work because that's the sanitized version. So now let's check this one again. And this should show us taint. Yes.
And this LFI is taint comes from this source, require once,
Use this current tab, which is user set. And the next one is use this current tab.php. That's double LFI.
Beautiful. And then we have our whitelist regex for pattern sanitizers. Which I do want to make sure actually that
This is still going to catch it like that.
beautiful. Because that should then oh wait, we need to block that one out. Then we can test this. So allow tabs is true. Bam, 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 bam. Really? That should be false. Why is this true? Like that. What the fuck? Source is this.
Show me where this starts. Tank comes from this source. View files, real path.
I mean, real path should also catch it. Which is great.
Oh, because this isn't even part of it.
Okay. It's never going to get to that function because it's outside of the function. Which is why I think if we do that, maybe. Oh. It does catch that. But that happens outside of it. Dude, yeah, wait, pattern inside. Interesting. So it's validating. Oh man. Okay. That's fine. Real path should catch that. There's no tanks. There are two syncs or require once. There's a source for this current tab,
But it's validating that when the page loads.
That makes sense then. Okay. So that one worked out well. Oh, we got another plugins track. Or SEO pros. We just looked at that one. That's a patch stack, so we're looking for more source code. Here we go. That doesn't show shit. This is really unfortunate. Where's plugins.track? Come on. Really unfortunate that it's not showing source code. It's all patch stack. Why? And patch stack doesn't. Yeah, patch stack doesn't include code. This is super annoying. So I want more vulnerable code, but I don't know. All patch stack. All patch stack. Why are people even reporting to patch stack? There we go. God damn it. Come on. We want references. Let's try GitHub. PHP only will code to LF. God damn. We could ask AI to generate a bunch of vulnerable code. Like tests. God, patch stack, please. So ass. Code? Okay. That might be it. Because it's adding a whitelist here, so that might be it. Allowed field types. User. Ooh, include. That might be it. Load class form. If class doesn't exist, include this. Form name, WP event manager form. Oh, that might be it. Let's see. Set it found LFI. What the fuck is this?
Why is that? Taint comes from this source. This load from class. Post. Taint flows to this sync through call. This load form class. Taint flows to this sync through variable form name. Oh. Taint flows to this sync through variable form name. Now try to load the form name. Form name equals that dot
String replace.
So I guess that still is.
But it's a 9.8. This feels like it shouldn't be possible. I don't think it would be a 9.8 because it's prepending this name to it. I wish it would show you the... Okay, well, regardless, we have... Let's see if that returns a taint. It doesn't.
Beautiful.
Why? What sanitizer did it hit?
Real path. Beautiful. So it found LFI on this one, which had LFI, and it found the sanitizer cleaning the path with the fixed one. Beautiful. That's exactly what we want to see. This is just extremely frustrating that this is all fucking patch stack, and patch stack doesn't include tags to the source code. So you just have to click on all of these. Those are all fucking patch stack. There we go. There's two references. .3.5, so this is the vulnerable version. I don't know what's loading there. Short codes via the post custom fields. So it's using a different function instead of include or require. Oh, include. Template name, data equals array, path, WP review, locate template. If path exists, extract data, include path. So where is this called? Is that using the custom post field? Jesus. Are these different functions? Includes. Oh yeah, these are. Include. No, it's not that one. Maybe this one, WP review star rating. Nope. Saying it's in the custom fields, reviews through comments, through the custom post fields. So WP review, get user ratings, post ID,
Custom fields equals get post custom.
If custom fields is set, where's this function? Get post customs. Via the post custom fields. Where's this function?
WordPress review locate template. Takes the template name, return full path is true. And it's running this. Template name, return full path true. We look for the box templates. Default pass. Apply filters. Full path chunks.
Jesus. Okay. I mean, just check it. Nope. What does this include? Lots of pattern sources.
Where is this LFI though? That's a lot. Jesus. Why did it link to the shortcodes? The shortcode has to probably pull. Okay, that one's just extremely confusing.
Via the post custom fields. Let's ask ChatGPT. Wordfence found LFI in here. Where is it? God damn. Gemini.
goddamn. Okay, so it's not functions, so then it's gotta be here. LFI in here then. It's like 2-level LFI. It's one of these short codes. Or not then. It's gotta be one of those calling back. Why do I keep clicking on the same one? Go. There's no idea. Sanitize file name. I think we have that. Yeah, there. Okay, so let's do this. Gemini. Let's say. Write a PHP file with dozens of different types of LFI. Oh, god damn it. Really? I need to test my LFI discovery tool. Can you write a PHP file that is intentionally vulnerable to LFI in numerous different ways? Jesus, damn it. Alright, whatever. PHP code vulnerable to LFI. This is Google Gemini. Would Grok do it? Alright, a PHP file with I need to test my tool for detecting LFI in my source code. Write a PHP file with numerous different LFI vulnerabilities that I can scan against, including false positives. Thank you. Let's run that then. Beautiful. So here we go. LFI vulnerability. Use a simple function to handle output safely. Warning exercise function. Safe echo. Okay. Global safe list. Safe templates. Basic unvalidated inclusion. If is set, tank comes from the source input page. Include that. Got that one, right? Append with path traversal and null by bypass. Input sanitized with a known extension but bypassable. If is set get module. Still vulnerable. Path is prefix requiring path traversal. If is set file and file is string. Safe echo require tank flows to the sink. Beautiful. And it doesn't catch this one. Why? Because the pattern sanitizers. If is set log path post log. Use of unsafe input functions that read file contents. Non-include function. File get contents. Okay. Oh, okay. So that'll be a pattern sync. There we go. Interesting. False positives, which it doesn't click it. Hard coded safe path. That is correct. Whitelist validate input if an array. Ooh, why did this one not get it? Why did that one not get it though? It should be highlighting that as a sync. Why not? So what if we do this? Like that. Fucking kidding. Okay. Whatever. Oh, because it's getting base name, so it's stopping at base name. Beautiful. That's why though it doesn't care about that. Oop. Let's close that out. There we go. Okay. hard-coded, base name, sanitize variable usage. The variable user is tainted, but it's only used in an echo statement. Beautiful, because our syncs are nothing's used. It's not or safe echo, false positive for input check for file existence. Use the file exist before include. While still potentially vulnerable to TOC, just time of use issues.
It's so nice knowing that we're coming to the...
Yo, Dante. We're writing some grep rules for LFinder challenge from Wordfence. That's a pretty good one. So we're trying to write a rule to find LFI within source code for static analysis. And we so far have passed all the tests that Google Gemini have created. Base name sanitizes it. I guess that would still work. Why is this one still potentially vulnerable to time of use? So if parameter is set data ID, data file equals data files dot base name, and base name sanitizes it. So that's not going to be vulnerable. Base name LFI. Base name to prevent LFI. Yeah, okay. So that's why this doesn't catch it, or this doesn't flag it, because our rule is catching base name being used. Let's go. Squeal. My thing, whenever I'm looking for SQL, I always just start with the percent sign. And if the percent sign returns a bunch of data that doesn't contain the percent sign in it, then I'm immediately looking into it. But that's kind of my quick check for SQL, is just doing the percent sign. And I've found a lot of LFI or SQL doing that, but that's pretty much when I'm going through a web app, I'm just throwing percent signs into input fields and seeing what returns. Because again, the percent sign's a glob for everything. So if that returns a bunch of data, odds are you probably have SQL. Yeah, this is great. This is working really well. I want more vulnerable code though to test this against. Write another example. Don't use any of the ones you said. There we go. Now we got more source code for this. And this is in the get template part function. And this is our dangerous file. So, without even looking at it, let's see if our rule can find the LFI. It does not.
Really? Why is that?
Plugin path. Plugin path equals download monitor. Get plugin path. If name is set, slug. Locate template, slug, tag name, .php. And this is what it did. This is how it fixed it. Include template. Include template. Array, slug, tag name, download monitor, slug. That's traversal. Because it's that locate template function, which is a WordPress native PHP function. It's catching that. Include. So we could also do this. Acquire. What you want?
So it should catch that now.
Or no, it's doing the same exact thing.
See, that's where it's not catching it, is the source.
Look in your theme. What would the source be for this? Let's see. What would the source be for this LFI? Contains a path controlled by a user and file validation sanitization to enforce sanitized file name. Did I accidentally include that in here? No, because I have that for pattern sanitizer. I see. So it's requiring another file. It adds sanitized file name. So if we could we'll send that work across files. Cross-file taint analysis. Pass the flag data flow traces. You can view data flow traces. Interesting. So what we would have to do is say get template part, slug name, custom directory. That's tricky. explain what this is then. The args at the end. Custom directory parameter shown in your code snippet. This function accepts only 3 parameters: slug, name, and args. So the exact code is.
Oh, that's interesting. That's an interesting. So how do we do this for here? It shows up in include. That's source. That's not what we want. Name is a variable, so how would we?
If you can control any of these variables, that's fine. Template, apply filters.
Because this might return false positives because when it calls this function, it could be sanitizing the parameters. Probably not though. I mean, what if we did like? I guess we already grabbed that, so let's do pattern source. Tank comes from this source, plugin path. It would be name. Yeah, see, that's too broad. Locate template. but it doesn't find this one. Template file doesn't exist.
The question is now, is it still going to find that? Yes. It just shouldn't be tainted. Because they're doing sanitized file name. Which is why this isn't. Pattern, function, name. Or I guess it's already inside of that, right? Function name. Does it find that? No. Because you're right, yes, a function. Pattern inside name, it should be we'll say PHP pass arguments to public function. So, how would we grep this for input, user input? How would I write this so it only captures functions that take parameters? Because ... globs to nothing as well. So that That's why it's dangerous. I could probably regex it and do $sign something. Because then it's also going to capture like this, right? It's going to say download name. Maybe not though. And it catches. So that shouldn't even be LFI because, yeah, there's a pattern of sanitizer. But if we go back and take the vulnerable one, we throw that one in. Oh, that's why. That should work, but now then this one shouldn't. Shouldn't be LFI. $var. Oops. If we did pattern function name inside here, then we'll do $var. That's the danger. I don't know if we can catch that. Or I guess you could do that, still input, right? And then the sync would have to be Pattern sanitizers, pattern sinks. I just don't like that there's 4 taints. That's not. Because it's. Oh, we could use a propagator? Propagator functions. Sengrep. I have to look into propagators later. Interesting topic. I think that's gonna be too. Locate template. It shouldn't work though because sanitize file name. That shouldn't work. Name is going through right here though. But slug doesn't. That's why, yeah, that's a little gross. I don't know if I like that. How do we grab this? Pattern sources. That's just so bold. should also save this rule. God forbid we lose that. It's just going to be really hard to... How would we source from this?
Source is a separate file though.
Which is tough.
But maybe it's not the worst thing if we include it.
Could do.
That shows taint because it's function name.
Pattern, not sanitizers, but here we go. Template var.
That shouldn't be it though.
Ooh. I guess actually that would be.
Because that one didn't have the name.
This one shouldn't. It still shows it. Okay. Yeah, it's catching that, so why is...
missed a period there. I think I'll have. There's six. Why would it not be in there?
I think that's just too broad. That's the issue. I don't think that's gonna work. So it's fine, I guess. And we have some good vulnerable code here. Yeah, the gaming press log shortcode. What? What is this one?
This function.
See if I can find LFI in here. It does not. Why does it not? Global shortcode equals can we press logs? Turn old order by values into new ones, single type check. And queue assets forces set current user or user ID. $sign empty if not logged in. Template args global. Game press template args equals attributes. What function? So shortcode has different functionality. Where is function? No. Okay, so it's not showing us the right code. Yeah, so where's this? Can't press get tempo part. God damn it, get template part. And it doesn't even show us the vulnerable function. Which I guess we could check going in the source code. Let's check this one out. That one's good, that one's good, that one's not. Good by meaning they have source code. I mean, we could find the Gammy Press stuff, but let's see if this one. ND bookings SS rooms function. So this is short code stuff. So maybe we need another rule for short codes. So, real path. There's L5 here. It says real path was implemented incorrectly. Based on the shortcode attribute. Okay. So shortcode LFI, which results in this file name. But the layout is user controlled, so a malicious user could do this, that becomes that, then does not block access or validate paths if the path exists, even if it's outside. Oh, okay, so real path isn't an actual security control. Not necessarily real control. So in that case, does find it.
Taint comes from the source, NB booking, SS rooms layout. Taint flows through this intermediate variable.
Layout selected. Taint flows include real path.
Beautiful. So that did catch it. Pretty nice.
Taint flows to the sync. Taint flows to this intermediate variable.
What pattern source is that matching? I think it's this one. Yeah, it is. So that's shortcode friendly.
Maybe we could do something just specific. Yo, Gannett, what up? It is going well. We're learning a lot. We're getting shit done. No sanitizers because real path doesn't actually work.
Let's go to our fixed version now. That's great though that it did catch it. So it equals that value. Goes through here. Then returns to real path. Real path is not real sanitization, as we've just seen. This should not return a taint. This returns a taint. Are you fucking kidding? How did they fix it with this? That's also luck.
If string contains layout selected.
They only give it two options by checking that the resolve file path is one of only two hard-coded allowed files. Yeah, okay.
We're working on SimGrup rules. Trying to write SimGrup rules for LFI because LFI is 30% bonus on all LFI vulnerabilities on Wordfence right now. So trying to write a rule to scan for LFI by using previous vulnerable code to one, identify LFI, and then two, prevent false positives by also scanning the remediated code.
building the string, directory name, and the booking layout.php.
And then it's just showing a hard-coded path.
I don't even know if it's not really a sanitizer, it's a because real path is not real path contain.
What would this sanitizer be? It's such a weird... Because it's checking... The general function is saying if that contains the full file path. I don't even know why they're doing this. They're taking arguments still. They should just give you an option for one or two. Such an edge case. This is it's still doing include real path. How would you even? I don't even get how you. feel like this could miss stuff though. It's a pattern sanitizer though. Such a weird one. Try hacking VPNs, giving me a headache.
I mean, Portswigger's got good SQL stuff too. Portswigger's got great stuff, but I mean, I feel like you've already done all the Portswigger stuff.
I mean, that's fine. We could still, I guess, review that. Fair enough. Fair enough. Jesus, does that mean I have to... We've already looked at this one now. Yeah, we did. This function.
see if we can find it first.
We did.
Evo block render callback. Attributes, content, template slug, classic file equals template slug.php, template equals locate template classic file. If template's true, template plugin path, that template. Jesus, okay. I mean,
Now it doesn't find it, really. What if we did load template? WordPress load template function.
so I guess what we would want to do is say tag
Pattern load template. File. Boom, boom, boom.
and those both come from request.
Shouldn't that not catch that? Because we were saying get post request. That's not. Taint flows through the intermediate variable template slug. Loads template.
How does it block this? Sanitize file name. So this just doesn't do shit then.
it's not catching the source. Should be doing this. Can't we just do dot 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 here? And just glob that out? No? Okay. Why is it not catching that though? Or I guess we could do some grab pattern not. Pattern is not this. Why is it in spectral not showing pattern not?
But if we do pattern, that will catch it. So this is good. We want pattern not because we don't want sanitized file name. Or can we put that in pattern sanitizers? It would be that pattern not. And just to validate again, this should catch it. Does great. No taints. Now if we go back to this one, the vulnerable, show taint. Great. Perfect. So we have our low template taint and locate template. So I don't hate showing both. Actually, you know, just for the sake of this, let's just. Substring select, yes. Yeah, substring's fun. That was one of the first things that I wrote in Bash was substring select with like sleep statement. So it'd be like if substring, or not, it wouldn't even be sleep. It was like Boolean. So it'd be like something, single quote, substring select, and then within that it would be like at MySQL version, comma 11, and then you can just enumerate the version going through it, and you can just, as soon as you get your Boolean value, you can set it to trigger the next one and iterate. But yeah, substring comes in a lot. Substring is extremely helpful and handy. And it's a lot of fun too. I completely agree. I like where this is at the moment. How do we not catch this? Really? There we go. Ooh. Why did this fail? We just looked at this one.
This is one of the first ones we did. This should definitely show up as vulnerable.
Yep.
So, grab messages. Grab verbose messages. Messages for rules. Yo, Gecko. What up, brother? What happened to... I looked at it. Shouldn't skip.
Nothing.
Okay.
Okay, so what I think we should do is try this. Yeah? So let's do, let's take away nano LFI. Some grep protector config LFI.yaml plugins. Skipping unknown field pattern not. Some grep. Skipping unknown field pattern not. Pattern inside. What? Tribe autoloader. Public function. Registered prefix. Prefix equals root directory. God damn it. What function was it? What line? Autoloader at 164. Autoload class. Include path. This get class path. What am I catching this on? First source. This current tab. So I'm gonna grab CLI show taint path. There we go. Okay. So that one's too broad. I was worried about that. So we should go through meta variable regex. What's up? And our meta variable.
It shouldn't be catching that because it's not globals.
It's crazy.
How is this?
Okay, so where's class coming from?
Public function autoload class.
Let's see what. Method get class path designed to accept a class name. Return the full file path where that class is defined.
That's because this one.
This locate template.
This just is not seeing.
Auto load.
Why is it catching that then? Get class path, which is an attribute.
Class path attribute. If we get rid of that rule.
It's a little better.
Tank comes from this source. What fucking source is that? Or is it that? Oh, it's this. That should be better. Abstract request.php. Oh shit, wait, plugins. And let's see what this looks like. And include path. Okay, let's fucking find that. 164, is that what it said? Abstract request.php. Did we cat the wrong file? Yes. We did. And I don't have my Control C function on this computer, or alias, which is fine. Let's get rid of this one. And let's get rid of this one. Line 99. Show me the money. File contents. File.get contents. Request arguments.path. Intent comes from endpoint array request arguments. This empty. Request arguments. Goddamn base name though is a sanitizer. Why in the shit did it say attain?
Oh, I guess that's fair. It doesn't go through basic. Post with file. Throws invalid exception. File path is not set.
Same function, WordPress. Is this LFI? I don't think so.
Because it's taking. This field, file get contents, request arguments, file path. Or yes, if attacker can control file path, that's what I thought. Let's try it. We can do. Filter the image path for the item. Admin. Which one is that in? Event tickets. Let's see. Post endpoints array, query arcs, array, request arguments.
mine content type.
Thank you guys. Lovely, thank you.
Find it. Now the issue is where do I use this?
Right. Next one.
Yeah, I guess we just have to look for posts with file.
It's so nice though when we're coming to the most beautiful playing the piano there in the last song. You kidding me? What a show. What a show. Thank you so much. Thank you. Really. It's so nice knowing you. I had the dream.
Response request equals post with file.
Every single one. And you're enjoying out so much, really. Is your mother? Yeah, she's
Oh, square? Set image IDs method of an abstract item class used for syncing data to Square's API from the events calendar plugin. Builds a multi-part form data HTTP post with a file. Full picture is an image file selected from here. Oh. And inside post a file function. So it's not gonna be vulnerable God damn it. Alright. I'm gonna call it for now. I know I need to call it once I start using AI. That's not gonna help. But with that being said, I appreciate everybody coming and hanging out. I'll be busy again this week. I had today off, but I will be back on the grind next week, and I'll be around in the Discord as well. With that being said, adios, peace, have a great rest of your days. I love you, and be good.